Hello everybody, I'm Hawaiian Hillbilly. Welcome to another live stream. You guys know the routine. I got to set up my laptop here so I can monitor chat. And sometimes it takes a second for YouTube, the rendering, to catch up. I guess it's the rendering. Still says upcoming. There we go. Says live. I gotta type a message in right for the chat, guys. It'll take me just a second. I just want to get everything set up like I need it. Okay, now I can put me a message in here. Hard to see in the dark. I wish I had a backlit keyboard. I think that would be pretty cool. Okay, I got a message in there. Got it posted. Just in case somebody shows up in chat. Haven't had anybody in chat for a while. I've been sick. I got some kind of chest congestion going on. I just can't quite seem to get past it. Other than that, I feel all right. All right, we're on Calm Lands. Let's see, all that should be active. We did a little bit on here in the last live stream. We only did 2 fields. It was a short live stream, a couple of hours. And that was okay. There hadn't been anybody watching the entire time, so I can't do this every day. Sometimes I may have 2 or 3 days in between episodes, but I'll do them as often as I can. All right, now we should have 2 fields that are going to be ready. I want to pull back away from that just a little bit. I think we're going to have 2 fields ready to be harvested. Yep. So we've got 2 fields to harvest. Ooh, and then this one's going to be ready. Ooh, boy. All right. So let's go see about getting something harvested up on the hill. Tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to take this up there and repair it. Not that it's in real bad shape, but we've got quite a bit of work to do over there. These 2 fields they're not small. They're not the biggest fields, but they're not the smallest either. We'll fuel up while we're here, just because we are here. So we will repair. Very good. Now that wasn't absolutely necessary, but I do believe that as your damage increases, your wear and tear on your machinery increases, I believe your yield decreases. So it affects how much harvest you can actually get off of the field. Let's see. Yeah, we might as well go around the outside way. Like I said, I'm going to have to work these fields a couple times before I start remembering the best edge to start on. The best, I think we want to run along the road up here on this field. Seems like that's what I remember, kind of running along with the road. I think we want to start down on the other end. It's a pretty good sized field. But I do believe our next one is bigger. And I believe it's also oak. I have to look though, I'm not sure. Can't remember. It's been a while since I played on this map. Seems like it's just working so fast. And in a way it is. Now see, I need to figure out where to actually I wonder if I can do something like this. Maybe I could do this right here. I'm going to turn that off for a second. I want to see if I can tell. Maybe I can do this and let it start working from here. That might be interesting. This might be interesting. It's going to be a lot of turning right here at the beginning, but I generally like to avoid that. But it's a new angle. I haven't tried it from this perspective before. It looks like we're going to be hitting some signs up here, some street signs. Just let it start working back and forth. Normally I would not want to be doing all this turning, but once we get up farther in the field, it may be worth it to have taken that little bit of extra time down here so we get some longer runs farther up in the field. Not a lot to talk about right now, guys. In all honesty. Oh, almost hit the sign. And it is nice to be able to play sometimes without talking. So I can relax and just enjoy what's going on the screen also. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. You gotta back up. That is not good enough. Now, one thing I do wish that it would stop harvesting while it was turning. I wish the helper would turn the harvester off and then turn it back on when it was ready to harvest. See, that's what I do. That seems like the natural thing to do. When you get to the end of the road, turn the harvester off, get turned around, then turn it back on. Now let's take a look at something. That truck can sit right there for a second. Let's look and see what, yeah, we got the same crop. So we got oats. Yeah, we got oats. In both fields, it looks like. Actually, I want to put it back on this. There you go. Now we'll start hitting some of the longest passes on the field, and that's what I wanted. So in order to get these that are actually the longest, you have to deal with them short ones too. Now the other field is, I don't know how long it's going to take us. I'm not sure I've even harvested it before. I may not have. I can't remember. It's been a while since I played on it. Now let's see, we have oats in this field. Let's look and see what we have. What do we want to put over here? Doesn't matter about anything. It really doesn't matter. We've got another big field of oats, so we could put barley in here maybe. Or maybe we'll do wheat. Yeah, maybe we'll just put wheat in here. It'll be interesting to see how much of a truckload that we get off of both of these two fields. Now we always have to look and see if we got to help them on these angles. That's a pretty steep angle right there, pretty sharp. So it may need some help. So I don't know why it keeps harvesting right there instead of you got to be all the way back here even. I was wondering if that harvester was going to maybe catch the very edge of the radius, or if the radius for the harvester was going to catch the truck, really, so the pipe would stick out. Because if they drive within a certain distance of the truck, they'll put that pipe out, even though they're not close enough to unload. Now we're just going along for the ride, guys. I think after I harvest this field, I'll go harvest the other field. And then we will fertilize both of them. And then we will start cultivating and planting, reseeding. I don't mind doing that multitasking. I'm just wondering if I want to run the cultivator and the planter on this same pattern. I probably do. Although you can see the angle at which I've always done it before. On this angle, like right here, you see that angle? That's how I normally do it, like that. But this is working good too, so. Have to keep an eye on it, make sure it starts in the right place. Sorry I'm so quiet, guys. I still got this congestion in my chest. So it makes it a little easier just to kind of relax. So pretty much that's all I'm doing. just relaxing. Going along for the ride. Saw some deer right there. This map does have a lot of deer on it. Now you'll notice, guys, I use my camera so I can dip down to the field so I can see if anything got left behind or not. It's just as easy to do that as to not do it and find out that there were some things you just couldn't quite see. Sometimes I do have trouble seeing the difference between the non-harvested and harvested, depending on what angle I'm looking at it from. It can be difficult for me to actually see some of the places. Most of the time I can kind of pick it out, but there are times when it's not as easy, so I just use the camera. Looks like we are going to have to empty this thing one more time. All right. I was trying to avoid that. Oh well. I was just going to empty part of it. But it doesn't matter. Oh, I see some that it missed. I wasn't over there paying attention. I was getting the truck. See right there on the end? Well, that makes me wonder, were there any other places that got missed on that end? I don't think so. We are going to get rid of that. Let me just drop down here right quick. No, okay, I'm not seeing anything else. Yeah, I think I'm going to go up and I'm just going to harvest the other field, guys. And then I'll fertilize both fields. And then we will multitask in both fields. And see how that works out for us. I don't know why it doesn't turn like that every time. That was a nice turn, and it didn't mess with the crop any or anything like that. This is going to be a nice turn too. I don't know why they all aren't like that. Normally it turns with the header dragging right out into the field. Okay, that took care of that. So now we're going to come down here and harvest that field. Except I don't even see it over there in the distance, ready to harvest. Looks like I can barely see it over there now. A little bit of yellow. I hope this is oats. It looks like the same color on the map to me. We'll soon find out, because if it's not, it won't harvest. It should be though. Go. Must be oats. I don't even know how I want to run this. Right now, I do not have a clue. I'm going to try right here. I'm going to try to send it like that and let it run back and forth across that field. And we're going to see how it works out. It may work, it may not work. I won't have to do a headland row. I can just let it run and see if it'll actually work its way through the whole field. It stopped working unexpectedly. Why? Probably, well, I'm not sure why. Let's try just... I may have to back up and catch a strip down through here. It's really hard to tell if you're aligned. I didn't figure I would be. But that's okay. catch this right here. And then we'll be good. Just come start right back at this end. Again. Like this should be fine. Alright. Yeah. Alright. We're going to see how this guy does without a headland road. Had a little rough start on that end right there, bouncing on the edge of the field. That's why I can't use bigger equipment. It bounces around too much. Hello, welcome. I hope you're having a good evening. It is 12:30 in the morning where I live. Been live streaming for almost 45 minutes now. And we are playing on Calm Lands. We just finished harvesting another field of oats, so we're going to harvest this one and then we'll get them both replanted, maybe with barley or wheat. I might do wheat. Now this is one of the newest fields that we put on Calm Lands. It's been a while since I played on here. I did all of our the Elm Creek episodes between the last episode that I did of this one, other than yesterday's. I did a 2-hour live stream last night. Still not feeling real good. But it was nice to be able to get in at least a short one, a couple hours. Really, that was my the shortest live stream I've done, but it worked out okay. This one will be longer because it will take longer than that to complete the 2 fields that we're working on. And then I believe in the next episode we have the big soybean field. And this will be the first time we've harvested it since we expanded it the second time. So we may have $1 million field. Last time it was like, it was over 800,000. I can't remember how much, but it was over 800,000. So we might hit $1 million this time. And that would be pretty awesome to have $1 million field. All right, let's get our truck. And we'll bring it up here. then after I empty it, I may go ahead and I may fertilize that field right there. I'm not going to start cultivating it until we're finished harvesting. Up here, I do not want to get into doing too much multitasking in the big field, because we're going to be doing full-on multitasking when we do this big field over here on our right, I mean on our left rather. And we can leave the truck sit right there. So yeah, haven't been doing quite as much talking during this episode, guys. Still got this congestion in my chest. So I kind of just been riding along. And I don't know what people prefer. Well, I'm kind of concerned about leaving this guy unattended. I just had to help him in the other field because he skipped part of it. At the end of the row. I think we'll just stay with the harvester. And then we'll fertilize both fields after. And then I may run the cultivator and the seeder at the same time. I may multitask those two, because I can keep an eye on them. They're right close together in the rotation through the vehicles and all that. So right beside each other, in fact. Or at least they were. And you can see here, we still got quite a bit to go on this field as far as harvesting. Yeah, I think I'll plant this back with wheat. I could switch them up. I could do one field with barley, one field with wheat. It doesn't really matter. It's all about collecting grain until we do it in soybeans. And eventually we will do that also. Like every fourth rotation I want to do soybeans in different fields. Just so we can keep our cash growing as well. We do have to have money. We got to buy more land. And we need a potato harvester and stuff like that. That's the only other crop type we're going to introduce is potatoes. And our goal, of course, is to fill up our silos. With 100 million liters of grain or product. Because I believe we could put potatoes in there too, so. And we can't consider them grain, so we'll just say product. Sorry guys, had to yawn. It is 12:38 in the morning where I live. wondering if we got about another hour of harvesting left. That's quite possible. Maybe it won't take that long. See, it ran out of field. So now we gotta do it this way. I'm trying to figure out where the line is, where it's been working at. Right here. Now it should not struggle anymore, because it'll be able to run the full length of that field. And I do like working on the longest run possible across the field, so that's pretty good right there. That worked out pretty good. No headland roads either. Just started straight out going after it. We'll just kind of follow along right here. Well, we don't have to follow for long, will we? I wonder if we'll fill this dump truck full. We might. That would be pretty cool. Actually, I'd say we will. Maybe more than once. Because we got a lot to go compared to what we've already done. We got a lot to go. Now I will tell you that once we get into doing the cultivating and the reseeding, those jobs are going to seem very slow, especially the seeding, because it operates at 6 miles an hour, maybe running downhill like this 7 miles an hour. The cultivator is going to be at 8 miles an hour. And this, of course, is running, it was running down that hill at 13. Sorry, guys. 12:45 in the morning. Now I'm just looking at the counter here on the YouTube on my laptop. It tells me how many minutes I have been, or when I started streaming. And I'm just looking at it because just any second it's going to tell me I've been streaming for 1 hour. There it is right there, 60 minutes. And for those of you who do watch the live stream, I appreciate it very much. Thank you. It's always nice to have somebody actually watching also. Because I'm watching. For a lot of it, that's exactly what I'm doing. I'm watching also. You can see how not flat these fields are. They've got dips and bumps and stuff in them. Makes them really hard to use bigger equipment. I tried using some, like the 30-foot header, and it would bounce so much, the harvester would bounce that the header would bounce over the top of the crop and not even harvest it. In some places. Not in every place, but in some places. So I decided I did not want to do that this time. Because if you don't know where those places are, then you've got a field that's messed up. And you don't even know it. Now let's see if we can get our truck, get ready. I don't think it's going to make it down this far, but it's possible. No, not quite. And we can just leave the truck sit there. When we're finished unloading, we can just sit there. Now, before I started harvesting these two fields, I went and I repaired this harvester and header. So if we see how much it's dropped down right there, even though it wasn't really necessary that I repaired it before we started. If we take what's on there currently, we'll look when we're finished also and see where it's at. But if we'd have added that, taken it away from what we had before I repaired it, then we would be down, around halfway. And that can affect your yield in your harvest, I believe. I could be wrong, but I think it does affect it. Now I could go ahead and I could have some stuff going on in the other field, but I don't want to get things all separated. In our big soybean field, multitasking works real well because I have everything together. So it's easier for me to keep track of. It's not so easy when you're working in multiple fields at the same time with different equipment. It's easy to get distracted. Sorry guys, 12:52 in the morning where I live. It's easy to get distracted with one piece of equipment because you got to keep an eye on it for a second, and then the other one is also needing assistance and you're not aware of it because you can only be in one place at a time. So I had kind of got used to doing some multitasking, both on this map and on Elm Creek. There is one particular field I was doing some multitasking in, but I really want to get away from that, and except for doing it like in our big soybean field. And the reason I need to do it there is because it takes so long to do that field. Even though I was multitasking and I had things running as quickly as I could, one right after the other, it still took like 5.5 hours or something like that to do that one field, to completely rotate it and turn it over. So I would say if I did not do multitasking on that field, it would take probably, and I'm guessing about 8 to 10 hours anyway. And that's real-time in-game play. I really didn't pay attention the last time we emptied this tank to see how much the truck had in it. Now it looks like we're about halfway done, maybe. Maybe not quite halfway, but close to it. Get our truck. %47%. So no, we are not going to end up with a truckload. But that's okay. Oh, we shot it. And again, we can just leave it sit there. But no, we're not going to be able to fill that dump truck. And as you can see, guys, there's no headland row around the edge. I just picked a line and said, let's see how it works out. So far, it's doing pretty good. Yeah, almost halfway. Now in our other field we have a crop. We've got a tree with the rocks around it just like that. I call it an island. So we planted crop all the way around that in our big field. Here I decided not to do that. I don't think we're going to have any problems working on the angle. That I started this on. Only in one spot did I have to help it so far. Yeah, this is not going to be difficult at all. This guy shouldn't need any help finishing. But sometimes I just can't read the edge correctly, depending on the angle. Sometimes it's too much of an angle for it. So we'll just have to see what happens. It's nice for me, though, be able just to ride along. Had to get me a drink of Coke Zero there, guys. Alright. We'll get our truck. This guy just is going to be able to get turned around, isn't he? We are at 57% full. But I do not believe we'll be able to fill this thing up. This really did work out pretty good as far as being able to get some long runs across the field. I feel like that was the longest I could get. And that's the way I like to run, so it worked out good that way. Now, I am going to go ahead and play a few episodes on Calmlands, and then we'll go back to Elm Creek. But we want to make a little more progress, get some more fields cut in on here. We're in a good place on Elm Creek. And like I said before, I'm not real sure how some of these other YouTubers do it. If they just do all of one series, you know, if it's going to be 50 episodes, if they do all 50 episodes before they go to a new map, or do they have more than one going at the same time? I think it's kind of easier if you just stick with what you're doing, instead of switching back and forth. But I'm going to try it a couple times, but I'm thinking about I'm really thinking about doing something a little bit different, to where it doesn't really matter what map I'm playing on necessarily. I may not know for sure until I get ready to play which map I want to play on, but just play, because I'm thinking about doing like a farming while you sleep kind of thing. Because I don't know that there are a lot of live streamers, especially that stream this game at this particular time. And there could be several. I don't know. I just know that, you know, it's 1 o'clock in the morning where I live, so most people are not going to be live streaming at 1 o'clock in the morning. So that's kind of why I like doing it. Because I think I'm hoping it's something a little bit different. I am glad I did not have to do a headland row around this field for everything to kind of work out all right. I was able just to start right out with the helper. Just because it's a little bit time saving. As in something I did not have to do myself. Now this thing holds 108,000 liters, maybe 108.2, 200, 108,200 liters. I think we will fill this truck up. I was thinking we would not, but we might. If we can get 2 more tanks. I don't know if we're going to get 2 more tanks or not, though. We'll have to see. I don't know. Yeah, we probably will. Well, we might need 3 more tanks. Two tanks will give us I don't know. We'll see, guys. We'll see if we can get that truckload. That'll be from both fields. I can see we're going to have like a sharp angle on the edge of this field. And sometimes it gives these workers a little bit of a problem. They don't know where to start at. Hopefully that will not be the problem with this guy. Now these rocks might be in the way, so I may have to help up here a couple more passes. Those rocks right there sticking up might be in the way. I know if we went scouting around down through here, some different places, we could find a few collectibles. Might be some right down on these rocks down in here somewhere, right there in front of us, amongst all the trees and stuff. I'm not going to look down there right now, but it's awful tempting to go run around down there and look at some of those rock formations and see if they have a collectible. So I don't know why that guy thought he was done. Well, I do, because of the way they make their turn. They don't shut the harvester off when they make their turn. So it actually harvests some of the crop, and then they have that bare patch, and they think they're finished. I may end up being surprised. And we'll actually end up with more than a truckload. It is looking like that's entirely possible. But of course, each pass is getting shorter now. So I'm not sure how much we have left as far as how many tanks of crop we have left. I wonder if I should go look around. I don't even remember if I looked around here before. I probably did. Yeah. See, what a great place right there to put a collectible. But nope, I'm not seeing any. Alright, well, see, I wasn't watching at the end, and it skipped some. Does that all the time if I'm not watching it. It's a good thing I can run more than 13 miles an hour. Now at the other end, this thing did exactly what I thought it was going to do, but then I got distracted. And that's why I don't like multitasking. Although this was not about multitasking, but I did get distracted and decided to go take a quick look for a collectible. So in a way, I was multitasking. But not in the way that I normally refer to it as. So I can see that doing a headland row on part of this is kind of important. But just like that much. It doesn't have to be a lot. Just needs a little bit right there. And I thought it might. So it looks like we'll fill this tank and then we might get one more. Okay. And we can just leave that sit there. As long as we don't have to park on the crop, we can just leave the truck sit. Actually, let's take a look. 86%. It's going to be very close to having a dump truck load. But like I said, that is out of both of the fields. Not just this one. Now at some point, guys, I do have to try to get some soybeans in our silo. I've been selling all those simply because we need a lot of money to buy the stuff that the land that we want. And then of course the potato harvester and the planter. I'm not sure if it's called a planter. I'm not sure what it's called as far as the piece of equipment that we need for planting potatoes. But I know where I'm going to put the potato field, but we're not ready for that just yet. We need to, I'm going to have to do another round of soybeans. Maybe not in all of our fields, but possibly I'll do soybeans in all the fields, and that will set us up for potatoes. We're going to be so close to having a truckload. And it will be pretty awesome to be able to put that much grain in our silo at one time. Of course, that's just 1/1000th of what we need. So we put a truckload of grain, this small truck, we put this truckload of grain in our silo. We only need to do that 999 more times. One thing I can do is I can go down here and I can like this video. I can like the live stream. All right. That's always cool when you can like your own stuff. It's going to be close. Are we even going to fill this tank back up again? Each pass is getting smaller now. Yeah, it looks like we might fill the tank. will say the angle at which I started has worked out well. So if I remember how that was, I will follow that with the cultivator and the seeder. If I can remember where I started at. Well, we will get ready. Wasn't really sure if it would quite be able to get up here and get turned around or not. Well, we're not quite going to make it, are we, guys? We did hit the 100,000 mark, though. 100,000 liters. So we will not fill the truck. We will be close to full, but we will not be full. We're going to be about 5,000 liters short, apparently. Alright, last pass for the harvester. Alright, we might as well get this guy back. I think I'll go this way. I'll just go this way. We'll just go ahead and take this all the way back, because it has to go all the way back anyway. I believe this is the next field it's going to be used in, guys. I'm still going to park it down here by the silos. Checking out my silos over there, guys. My favorite silos. And of course, this is a little dirt road that we put in. So we are just going to park this harvester right down here, because we will be starting on this end when the time comes. Might actually be able to start like right here. Might be an interesting place to start. So I'm going to consider that, and I'm just going to park this right over here like this. And we'll just leave that sit there. I have to take a look and see where I'm at. I don't have the map up. For whatever reason, I toggled it off. And I don't necessarily need it, but of course, all this we're just going to put in our silo. $102.5. So we're about 5,500 liters short of a full tank. 94% is what we got in there. All right. Now we are through with this truck for this episode. Now we are going to need, where is my, there it is. We want this one. I thought it felt like it was dragging. Now when we get over on the other field, I may have to hire a helper. Otherwise I may run out of fertilizer. If I do it myself. Well, I was hoping to well, I may just have to let it do what it can get, and then I'll come back and catch what it misses. Because I do need the helper to do some. Now I will definitely have to figure out where to start on this next field. Now let's see what we got. Now let's see what we got here. What if we come across this way? I'm trying to remember where I started. Just gonna have to do it like this, guys. As much as possible. Get over there. I'll be able to use the helper enough. Because I can refill for free when I get back up on the farm. Or I should say back up to the yard, because this is all part of our farm. See, I wonder, now if I do this, let's see how well it works out for us. Well, there will be some that get skipped, won't there? I'll have to go back and get it. That's all right. I need the helper to do some of it. Well, we'll just let this guy make a few passes. Yeah, this would definitely take an entire tank full of fertilizer to be able to do this field. So we got to let the helper do some of it for us. And again, you can see the angle of the field. We are working on a hill. Now I think when I get down to the bottom end, I'll go catch that spotted mist, and then I'll do a headland row up this other side over here. And then we'll put the helper back at it. And we have been live streaming for over 2 hours now. I'm not sure exactly how much over. But I want to go catch this spot over here. So I'll catch that little spot right there instead of having to come back. Whoops. Turn the wrong way. Heavy on the gas pedal. Or on the throttle. I don't know that I haven't been in a modern day tractor. The last tractor I was on was probably 50 years ago. And it had a throttle. Didn't have like a gas pedal, it had a throttle on the column, and you just throttled up or throttled down. We'll be able to finish this off pretty quickly now. I was going to get up here and put the helper in it. So I think I'll just go ahead and finish it myself. I have enough fertilizer left. If I finish it myself, it will save a little bit of money. We'll save a little bit while we drive back up to here. Alright, there we go. Now we are ready for cultivating and seeding. So we'll get the cultivator started in our other field. And then we'll go get the seeder, because I need to let the cultivator make a couple of passes, because they're very short passes. Ooh, easy, easy, easy. They're very short passes where we're going to start at. So I can let it get a few passes ahead. We're going to be starting right down here on the very bottom of this field. I'm not even going to put in a headland row. I'm just going to turn the cultivator loose. And let it work from scratch. Now we are going to fill this up. Go. And then the next one is, no, I thought that was right next to it. Oh, not anymore, it's not. Okay, well, not too far away. We're going to start right here. I did not mean to unlatch it. I meant to unfold it. We are going to start right here like this. And as you can see, now you can see why I needed to let it run a couple of rows. Now let me bring this one down here. And this one we are going to go back to wheat. We will do wheat this time. Okay, move slow, go slow, take your time. Now we can get the planter started. That guy just pushed me right out of the way, didn't he? Maybe I better move this guy. Put it over here on this side so it's out of the way. Oh, I was going to try to spare the sign, but it didn't happen. We just got to hop back and forth. We'll just keep an eye on them and see if we need to help anybody. See, I have to help this guy. Now, can I do it without knocking that sign down? The other one is already down. I might be able to do it though. Barely. I managed to do it. But now it missed a row. So now I got to back up and catch that part. But it's okay. Slow down. Slow down. And to check and make sure that guy started in the right spot. There we go. Now we may lose a couple signs right here. I don't know. I had to help it. It didn't quite want to back up far enough. But I got it. Let's see if this guy knows where to start at. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. Now this is the kind of multitasking that I don't mind doing, because I have both of these pieces of equipment close together where I can kind of, it's easier for me to keep track of both of them. Because for some of it I can use the camera itself. I don't have to switch vehicles. I can use the camera to see if it's skipping any spots. Better jump back over here with this guy. Get me another drink of Coke Zero, guys. I'm just about out. I have to go to the store tomorrow, or today. All right, good. Started in the right spot. So we should be able to do the entire length of the field without any problems. But we will continue to switch back and forth just to keep an eye on things. The cedar has been doing a good job up on the other end there. But I still feel like I need to ride with it when it gets over here. We should be okay. Well, it's like I said, it's been doing okay up this edge. But see that right there? As soon as I say something, then it doesn't go all the way to the end. Wiped out some signs. Oh, I didn't even see those signs until I hit them. Oh my gosh. Maybe that's why I didn't want to pull all the way up there and get the end of that row, because those signs were there. I didn't even see them. Now, one time I thought I had put a couple of solar panels out there. Let me see if I can figure out. Construction. Production. Generators. A large solar collector. Let me see what other ones there are. So that one's $240 a month, $480 a month. I don't think that'll fit there. But what's the other one? $480. $40,500. Okay. Now we've got a couple of solar panels over there, making us a little bit more money. That's not the ones I had there before. Those are a little bit bigger. We may end up selling those because they look funny. I mean, if you just look at it, it looks funny because they're just kind of floating here. There's nothing supporting them. So I don't know if we'll leave it like that or if we'll change it. All right, at least that guy was able to negotiate and navigate his way into a turn, even with the solar panels sitting there. So, okay. So that'll generate us a little bit more revenue. I should go ahead and save it. I oftentimes don't. I don't really think about it until I'm done. But just in the event something should happen, you never know when my Wi-Fi is going to drop out. The other day I was recording, doing a live stream, and all of a sudden YouTube just disconnected from PlayStation. So YouTube started rendering my live stream as a video, and I was still live streaming on the PlayStation. It was still broadcasting, but YouTube was not picking it up no more. So I either have power outages, Wi-Fi failure, or some interconnection between PlayStation and YouTube and stuff, and I have no control over that kind of stuff. So when that kind of thing happens, I do my best to compensate. So what I did the other night when that happened was YouTube wouldn't pick up PlayStation there for a couple hours. So what I ended up doing was just, once that live stream had actually had been posted as a video on YouTube, I just went and deleted it. And then I just exited the game without saving it. Now I see a spot right there that looks a little weird. I'm going to have to come back and check it out. So I'll have to bring the cultivator back. It looks like there is a spot at the other end that it missed. I don't know if it's because there was a sign in the way so it couldn't turn around, or what exactly the problem was. So we will go see if we can't figure it out. But if we look right here, yeah, it must be because of that sign right there was in the way. Although I don't think it really would have been in the way, because it was not in my way. And we may have a similar issue with this cedar when it comes back up. So we may have to take control and just run over a sign. It's always kind of fun. Let's see. Just to make sure we haven't missed any more spots. I think the sign was the problem with the other one. But we could have that same problem right here on this end. So let's see how well this guy handles it. Nope, see, he would not pull on up there. Oh. Oh, that's too bad. Now I am not going to start the next field as far as cultivating is concerned until I'm ready to bring the cedar also. I just don't want to be split between two different fields. So I can look over there and see if it looks like that guy missed a spot, and I can get over there to it fairly quickly. If need be. Oh no. See, this was... I was not expecting it to do that. But that's why I don't want to separate the fields. See, I could see over there that it was not moving, and then I noticed the text in green up there, which I wasn't noticing it, but then I was able to look because I saw it wasn't moving. And then it said they had finished their task. But I knew they had not finished their task. And that's why I don't want to be multitasking in different fields. Because I can't keep an eye on them. You can switch back and forth from vehicle to vehicle and keep an eye on them that way. But you can't just look over them and say, okay, yeah, I can see he started in the right spot. Okay. Now we can go ahead and take this guy over to the next field. But like I said, we are not going to start it yet. And hopefully I won't be gone long enough for my cedar to get into trouble. I do not think this is where I started last time. I think it is where I'm going to start this time. Let me get that unfolded. Get this kind of lined up a little bit. Something about like that right there. And this guy keeps pulling out onto the road now and thinking he's finished. Let me hop over here just for a second, just to see if I can get this going the right direction. Okay. So there was just a little bit on this edge we didn't catch. Okay, now we're ready to get that one started. But we are not starting yet. Not until I can get this cedar over there. I really wish this guy would quit pulling out there, backing up onto the road, and just say it's finished, because it's not. Sorry guys, I had to yawn. It's 2:30 in the morning where I live. See? Again. It does it again. And once again, I do want to say thank you to those of you who do watch while this is being streamed live. It's always more fun when I have at least one other person watching, as I do right now. So thank you. I appreciate it very much. I appreciate the support. Come on. Is it going to do this every single time now? If it is, then see, this is not going to be the right rotation for me. Because I don't want to have to correct that on every single pass. So I may have to figure out where I was starting this before, which was, I'm not really sure. It seems like I was running more in this direction before. So I'm not real sure. It wasn't this way though. Yeah, I kind of see where I was starting at before. It's just going to do this every single time now. It just has to do with the angle of the field, and that in order for me to get turned around, it backs out onto that road, and for some reason when it gets out there on the road, it thinks it's done. I could avoid that by putting in a headland row. Well, now this time it did right. So I'm not sure why it wasn't doing that the entire time. Can't do it right 2 times in a row right up here. It was doing so good. Nope. Oh well. Yeah, I could put in a headland row and that will stop that. Okay, that one it did right. And I'm just going to take control of it here. Okay. Now, let's go see how we want to handle this other end. This other field over here. I do need a headland row in part of it. But I could just let it run and help it when it needs help. See what's going on. we're going to put this right in here. Do you see what that cultivator did? That's why it's super hard. I'm going to fire that guy. Well, there ain't anything I can do about that now. But what I do have to do, I'm going to have to put a headland row in here because I cannot let this happen again. Now you see it for yourself. It just drove over there, turned around, and then just started hacking up that field for no reason. There was no reason for it to do that over there. Now, I figured I might have to help it some right through here, but actually, I want to back up a little bit right here because I want this to be just a little bit wider. Because I want to be able to run that cedar. I won't be able to run it all the way down here and back, but I'll be able to run it at least far enough. Well, I'm going to have to. Alright, so I'm going to have to do this a little bit differently than what I originally was going to do. Because I need to be able to run the cedar at least one time all the way down and still have enough space for the cultivator. And you see how much grass I have between these two fields, and it still went out there and just messed up my field. And there isn't anything I can do about it now. I mean, I could replant it, but that's really not what needs to be done. Because it'll be growing at a different rate. It won't be ready to harvest when the rest of it is anyway, so it doesn't matter. I mean, it matters because I don't like it. that it messed me up like that, but there really isn't anything I can do about it other than to remember, put in the headland rows so it has more distance. Now we'll go back, and then when we get to the other end, we'll get the helper back in it. I can just feel. It might be interesting to let it work in this direction. Maybe I should do that. Maybe I will try that with the cedar and let it work in this direction right here also. So let me see what I got here. Let's go this way. Let's turn this thing on. Let's pull it this way. Wait until we get out here to the farthest possibility. About like that. Well, let's see how it reads this now. All right. So this may work out okay. We'll see. All depends on how well they navigate the turn. Did real well. All right. It's a little bit different than I did the harvesting, but that's okay. At least my field is protected. And that is the main thing. So I need to remember to work the direction between the two fields is going to be the best, more than likely. I don't think it's not the longest run I could have, but it is safer as far as not getting out into that field and messing it up again. Now we have been live streaming for just over 3 hours. Now we've got at least another hour to go, I'm assuming. Another hour. To get this field finished. Now I will tell you I'm not happy about that cultivator pulling out there and messing up my other field. But I have been talking about it, doing that. Ever since I started live streaming, I've talked about how the helpers will do that. So now there has been an example, an on-camera example of that. Because that never should have happened. That helper had already completed its turn and everything, and it still just messed up. I know I'm not talking as much tonight, guys, but just because I have this chest congestion, I can't really seem to shake it. And it seems like the less I talk, at least the little easier I'm breathing. Although I don't want to just not talk at all either. Because I think people like my voice. I don't know if people like my voice or not. But I am assuming that it's okay. Until I'm told otherwise. We have an awfully lot of field to go. But it is underway. So that's a good thing. Now, I don't really feel like I need to be riding along with this guy. I do periodically need to check and just make sure like it doesn't miss anything, working on that angle right there. But I think basically it's doing good. Now we will have to see how both the cultivator and the seeder work when they get over on that edge of the field right there, because the angle is going to change. And a lot of times, depending on the angle, determines on how well they actually work. Yeah, all we can do is just ride along. wonder. No, I was wondering if maybe when it got over how close to halfway done we'd be. Not quite half by the time it gets done over there. Yeah, not quite half. Well, close. It'll be close to half. And again, you can see how hilly this land really is. It's a big hill. Big hillside that we're working on. Now, one thing that's going to be good for us is when we get finished with this field, we're only going to have the 2 tractors that are over here and have to be taken back to the farm. Or to the farm yard. There's the big reminder of what your helper will do to you if you're not paying attention. I laugh about it because that's all I can do. Yeah, we got, what, 2/3 left to go? About 2/3 of the seeding yet to go. About half on the cultivating, maybe. Figure I better flip over here and check this guy out right quick. I knew there was a road out there, but it almost looked like it still pulled out in that field to turn around. But thankfully it was up on the road. Sorry, guys. Now we are still on the road to 25 subscribers. Haven't hit the 25 mark yet. So I'm still looking for that milestone. Oh, it seems like such a long way to go. But at least it's steadily moving at 10, 11 miles an hour on the way down the hill. Which is actually good because normally it operates at 6 miles an hour. And that might be why the cultivator is not pulling away at an even faster pace. Because we are able to roll down this hill pretty quickly. Probably pretty much at the same speed it is. Let's ride up with it one time. And then we'll ride back down and see what it's running at. Now our seeder will not pull up the hill as fast. We're doing 8 miles an hour up the hill here. Well, I'm pulling up the hill even faster. That's interesting. But I'm actually operating at a faster speed. The cedar is, but it's not as wide. So it will never, it's not going to catch up. Even if it does run slightly faster, it probably takes longer to turn, and it is not as wide. The working width is not as wide, so it can't catch up. I want to see what kind of speed this thing gets going down the hill. We've got 10 and 11 miles an hour on the cedar. This one looks like it is braked at 8 miles an hour. Okay, well, that's interesting. Whoops. Yeah, see, it takes us a little bit longer to get turned around. But we are moving faster. 2 and 3 miles an hour faster. That looks pretty cool. Get to see both machines moving along right there. Now we'll be able to see how much faster one machine turns around compared to the other one. See that cultivator? It's already on its way again. And the only reason that got us up even is because the edge of that field is angled. Hopefully both the cultivator and this seeder will do the correct work until we get done. Now when you see it working like this, you think that the seeder is going to catch up with the cultivator, but the cultivator is wide enough that even though it's running a little bit slower, it's going to be able to stay out front. I do like the fact that the seeder is running a little bit faster than the cultivator, because although the cultivator can stay out front, it's not getting so far away like it's easy to forget that I have it over there working. So it's easier for me to keep an eye on it. I don't anticipate that it has any problems doing what it needs to do at either end. But with the working edge not being too many rows away, not too many passes down the field from where we're at, it makes it easier. Because I can see the working edge of that field as we're driving back and forth. I can see where the cultivator is working. It's not so far away that I can't see where it's working, so I don't see if it messes up on the end. I haven't seen any place on the end where it has. But sometimes they can get far enough ahead of you that you forget to pay attention. Or at least that happened to me. Yeah, I believe we're probably halfway done. Maybe slightly more than half at this point. I've got a number of things I have to take care of tomorrow, guys. So I can't stay up all night and sleep all day. But I will be able to sleep a little bit late. I don't really have anything to do until around 10 o'clock. Around 10 in the morning. And it's going on 3:30 in the morning right now. We've got a good half hour left to go. Or more. Maybe even more. We'll see how close to 4 o'clock it is when I get done. But we will be ending with this field, guys. When we get done with this field, that'll be the end of this episode. We'll get everything taken back over to the farmyard. Now I am glad that I got this thing started. This cedar, instead of completely cultivating the field and then doing the seeding. I used to do everything one step at a time. I really am glad I've kind of got the hang of doing the multitasking. As far as using the cultivator and the seeder together like I am here, I like this combination. just because it does speed up some time. We'll ride with this guy for a couple passes. Sorry, guys. I just saw my welcome message for the chat show up on my TV screen. Because I'm not sure how all that stuff works, guys, but like on my TV, it tells me how many people are watching. Well, it doesn't give me a constant number, but like when it changes, it will say like 2 watching, then it'll say 1 watching, then it'll say 2 watching. And it's fairly accurate with what YouTube is telling me on my laptop. That part usually works fairly good, but the messages, anybody that types a message into chat, that's also supposed to show up on my TV screen. And I just now saw my welcome message some 3 hours after it was posted. More than 3 hours after it was posted. Almost 3.5 hours after it was posted. So I'm not real sure why there is not consistency. In that particular aspect. Let's just go back, take a peek, make sure This guy didn't miss anything. I'm not anticipating that it did. I do want to keep an eye on the cultivator as well. Just because we're beginning to work that edge of the field over there. Really with both pieces of equipment. So I don't know how the angles will affect whether the helper knows where to start or not. You should be okay with that one. And of course, guys, these are not fields that we bought. These are fields that we actually plowed in ourselves. We created our own fields. I know if a person is not really familiar with playing this game, but they like enjoy the noises or whatever, enjoy watching, it could be a little bit confusing as to how each map works, whether they already have their own fields. In this case, Calmlands does not. There are a couple of fields. We started with one, so that's the only field that I know of that's actually in the game already. And then maybe if you start on New Manager, that field isn't even there. I can't remember. Or not New Manager, but Farm Manager. I know as a new farmer, you do start with one field. And then everything else we have cut in ourselves. Same thing with No Man's Land. If you start at New Farmer, you start with one field, and then everything else you have to cut in yourself. Now we will go on my No Man's Land at some point. I'm not sure when. Like I said, I don't want to get too many things going on at one time. There's so many maps for this game. That, you know, I could play this game pretty much indefinitely and not run out of new things to do. I mean, they'd be the same kind of things, but they'd be on different maps, so you have different scenery and stuff like that. But I want to be prepared to buy the next iteration of this game when it is released. That's more than a year from now, more than likely. I know last report I saw was 2025, but it did not say what month. But I'm thinking November. And if it's early in the year, that would be good. But I'm thinking more towards like November of 2025. I will say this guy will be finishing up very quickly, which is very cool. And then we're planting on getting our crop back in the ground right there. That's really nice. So I am liking the way this combination works for me. Just running these two as multitasking. doing everything else separately. Like I said, we don't have one task so far away from the other task that it's easy to forget about it. Not when it's right there and you get a glimpse of it as you're working. And you guys know me, I don't like to have the equipment dragging outside the edge of the field, or at least not very much of it. All right, what we're going to do, okay, I want to take a quick look here, make sure this guy's going to be okay right quick, and then we will take our cultivator back to the farmyard. All right, so we'll take this guy back. We'll be using this cultivator in this field right here to our right. And that's a big soybean field. And you can see this island I was talking about. I call it an island. But we got crop all the way around it. And I think that's pretty cool. Now, I don't really need to take this all the way back. We're going to be using it over here. So I can just set it right there. Park it. Good job. And now we'll finish it out with this guy. And it's nice that this guy doesn't have a whole lot left to do. So yeah, this combination of multitasking is working for me real well. I kind of am wanting to go out there and look for a collectible. I think there's 13 that I have not found. I'm going to go look over here because I'm here. So I just want to walk around, take a peek. I'm not seeing anything. But it was worth a look. It was worth a look. Whoops. Oh. That was talking to me about that tree. I wondered what was going on. Alright, I did not see a collectible. Doesn't mean there wasn't one over there somewhere. I just did not see one. Like I said, I believe there are probably 13 more. If we look right here, and it tells us, see that miscellaneous at the bottom? It's not totally at the bottom, but the second one above the blue line towards the bottom of the page where it says miscellaneous. If we found a collectible, I think it would show up in that category. And as you could see, we had not found one for several months. It's always a little bit interesting because it's like you guys hear what I'm saying in relationship to what's happening on screen at the same time I'm saying it. But in reality, I'm actually saying it about 6 seconds before you guys hear it, if you're watching the live stream. So it catches me off because the video is about 6 second lag also. By the time YouTube does its rendering and stuff, whatever it's doing. But every once in a while, like I'll look over towards the chat on my laptop and I'll see the video at the point where you guys are seeing it, as opposed to where I just saw it on my TV. So it's like deja vu for me. So you're actually not hearing it exactly when I say it. You're about 6 seconds behind. So I guess in one way, you know, you really could say that a live stream is not exactly live. I guess it's recorded live. Because I think even if you're watching on YouTube and you're watching a live stream, I think you are actually watching a video. It's pre-recorded, but only a few seconds earlier. But still, I believe that from a technical perspective, what the YouTube viewer is watching is actually a video. It's not actually live. It's nice to be able to see the edge of the field right there. Not too far away. Well, I see that we have passed the 4-hour mark for the live stream. And we don't have too much longer to finish up, which is nice. I think I will go ahead and save the game. And we'll leave that map like that. Well, so far I've kept the edge of the field far enough away from the trees that my tractor is able to work. So that's really nice. I'm certainly glad that the trees haven't gotten in the way, because I didn't do a headland row. So it's nice to know that I do have some fields that I actually can do without, I don't need the headland row. At least not all the way around it. On this field we did need it up on the top end. Well, I'm just assuming that thing's starting at the right spot because I haven't been changing the camera so I could check it out. I'm getting tired. This guy's almost done. It is 4 o'clock in the morning where I live, guys. All right, we got a couple more passes. And then it's like, all right. Okay, I think we're going to go back up that way. Yeah. Very nice. And I'm just going to go ahead and I'm just going to let the helper do its thing. Even though for part of this run, the equipment's going to be hanging out in the grass. I don't normally like to do that, but because the helper did such a good job, I am going to give the helper the satisfaction of finishing the job. Very good. Yeah, I figured since it had done such a good job, I really didn't have to help it. I did a headland row with it and got it started. And then other than that, I really did not have to help this at all, I don't think. So that was very nice. So yeah, I wanted to let it actually be able to complete the job. So I know which way to do that field now, if I don't forget. Those trees make it hard to see when I come around there every time. Now we're just going to park this down here. We're just going to park it right here. It's perfectly fine, just like this. And then we'll just come up here. And we are going to save the game. Save the game. All right. And that's going to wrap it up for this episode, guys. Again, if you joined and watched the live stream, thank you so much. I really appreciate the support. It's a lot more fun doing this when there's somebody else hanging out too. So I really do appreciate it. Thanks again. I will catch you guys in the next one. Until then, God bless.